I'll be able to see the thing on the side.
Okay. Yes. Hi,
Okay.
Melanie. Happy New Year.
Hi, Melanie.
You should see the chat there. In order to.
Oh, here we go.
First, in order to enter it, something on there, you have to pull up the actual screen that we're on.
Okay.
Because I don't think you have a place on the bottom to post a comment, do you? Because I know I never did when I was co-hosting. So yeah, I'm sorry, Melanie. We're still orienting. We're orienting here. Hi, Charlie.
Never each other the entire time.
You're getting everybody right away.
I know. I'll be less enthusiastic.
Yeah. So okay. This is Jen and I have met and talked for the first time. Well, hello to your husband, Todd. Happy New Year to both of you. Happy New Year, Charlie. I was on your stream for a little while there. So, I actually streamed for 10.5 hours last night, Charlie. It's my longest one yet. 10.5 hours.
It was 3 a.m. when I got up. I'm in California, so you were going on 6 a.m.
It was going on, yes.
That's crazy.
Exactly. So everybody, I'm Tessa. This is my channel. I am a blogger, long time, 10 years now. I write mostly short stories, occasional poem, and I just wrote my first novel. I mean, I've participated in NaNoWriMo since 2004, but I have not produced anything out of that. This is the first one that actually I took to the end. And I actually hit the end the other day. I'm doing editing now and getting ready for beta readers. So I have not published a book. I have published several nonfiction articles. 10 for 3 hours, yes. But I have published many nonfiction articles on bipolar disorder, both on my blog and on a blog. It's International Bipolar Foundation, IBPF, I think is their www.ibpf.org, I believe. So I published about, I don't know, 10 to 12 articles there, plus others that I wrote on my blog. And for other people asked me to do nonfiction articles for their blogs. So that's basically my story. And this is Jen, and Jen can introduce herself.
So I'm Jen, and I am a romance ghostwriter for about 6 clients right now. I work on a site called Upwork. So that's like my second job. I have an office job, and I'm also an author to this lovely little book here. And I published that in May of last year now. So I hope to write more books of my own, but my clients get my energy for the most part. So, but it pays the bills, so.
And she's busy writing romance novels every night with me.
Romance novel after romance novel after romance novel. What can you do? I just fell into that, and it's the rut that I'm stuck in. So.
Well, like you said, it pays the bills, and sometimes that's an important part. You have to sometimes weigh the options, you know. Okay. Hi, Stephanie. Happy New Year to you.
Hi, Stephanie. Oh, and Melanie, I'm half insane most of the time, and I'm always tired. And I'm never present. I'm just always thinking ahead to the next thing I have to do. So it's really fun.
She's trying to decide if she wants to actually do her own live streams. I don't know what her thoughts are yet, but we'll see after a little while how this goes, whether she decides she wants to do her own.
This is kind of fun.
I wouldn't want to have one of those with 200 some people on it, because then the chat would just go explode. I like having a nice little one myself.
I couldn't keep up with the chat if I had too many people.
No, I can't either. And that's one of the things is, and if you want to do your own work, and you have to keep up with the host, you have to keep up with the people and what's going on in there. So sometimes you can't do your own work when you're hosting. As a co-host, is a different story.
It feels like some of the people do go on mute and they don't answer the comments in that period of time where they're sprinting, though. I've seen that.
Oh, and there's some people that don't answer the comments, period, unless it's somebody they know really well. I've noticed a lot of people do that. So let's see. Melanie says, I'm more productive with the smaller groups. It's hard to get stuff done if I go to Kate Kavanaugh's or By the Brooks live streams, although they're both sweet. And I was just thinking that. I didn't want to say names, but yeah. When you go to those sprints, you're not going to be acknowledged, most likely. There's too many people. By the Brook. Yeah, that's Brooke Passmore.
I love Brooke.
Yeah,
she's
Brooke
so cute.
She's got a little kitten now. He or she is so adorable.
I know, she has that little thing next to her chair where the cat sleeps.
Yeah, the cat's right there, right next to her. Yeah,
That's how they are.
So she, got something all set up so she can have her cat right next to her, which is nice. And cat's usually just sleeping most of the time when I've watched her streams. So
My
yeah,
cats are not allowed in this room tonight, so that's going to be interesting when they're screaming at the door for me.
No.
We'll see about that. They'd already started when I was setting up in here, so they're not allowed, which is good because they would be on the camera the whole time.
Well, it wouldn't be the first person that had animals in their stream. It definitely wouldn't be the first one. So, we have introduced ourselves. So now we're going to start our first sprint. And how many minutes would we like to sprint for?
I'm good with 30 like we usually do.
And so am I. Let's see if anybody else has a problem with that. Are you planning on still doing or do you want to dispense with that for tonight since you're busy?
I can do it. I pulled one up.
Okay, so we'll do the Melanie Scuba 30. Okay. Tamama's here. Hi, Tamama. Yours.
Let me see if you guys can see the
first time.
No, you cannot. That's what's stupid. Let me see.
What is that?
That's the code. That's the. Can you see the forest code?
Oh gosh, it's going to be hard getting on. Oh, that's why you need to do is go to my page and click, or go to YouTube or whatever and click on the link and actually bring up the page and then mute it, and then you can write in the comments. That's the only way to write in the comments, because otherwise it is going to be hard for you to do it because you don't have access to the comments. And sitting there and holding that up for people is going to be a little harder to do.
Yeah, definitely.
So,
CX.
Oh, Melanie got it. If she got it right, then that's great. I don't know how she did that, but secrets. Secrets. I'm not good with memorizing numbers, so that was
Yep.
all a blur to me. All right,
Thank
let's
you,
see.
Melanie.
4. Oh, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read it anyhow. All right, did you manage to get into the thing so you can actually chat now?
Yes,
Okay, just make sure it's muted so that the sound doesn't come through.
it's turned all the way down.
Okay. Yeah, that's down. I've done it a couple times and it'll come blasting through. It's like, oh gosh. Let's see. C, X. Okay. Join room. Yay, the ghost. Yep, no more snow.
Nope. Time for pumpkins and ghosts.
She typed it up too, so it was available when you pulled the phone away. Okay, good. Now you can do it, because that's the only way you can. Now you can participate in the comments.
Okay, that works.
Okay, so that's how we do that. And let's see. I do it right now. I'm going to try to be quiet and get this muted real quick because I'm. Oh, I'm already muted. All right, it's already muted. Okay, so I have access to that too if I need to get in there. Okay, so we're going to start our first sprint. Oh,
Not our second, our first.
remember to share the screen. Always forget to share the screen. I always share the screen. Come on, timer. And the timer is not there. Okay. Try this again. I knew I should have done that beforehand. Now the timer's there.
There we go.
All right. 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Okay. There we are. We're good to go. You can go ahead and mute.
Yep. We have to be productive.
Okay. Stop the screen so we can see each other. Now, how did everybody do? I've been, like I said, working on the beta questions, and I will get ready to start putting together the documents soon to get sent out. Hello, Megan, and chances hello when you came in. I know you've been waiting eagerly, so I will try to send yours out as one of the first ones. Each person will have their own document, so you can, write whatever you want in there. It won't be seen by anybody else, only by me. So,
hi, Megan. It's nice to meet you too. Sorry. I'll just talk over you all night, Tessa.
It's all right. Not a problem. So how did you do, Jen?
I got 864 words.
That's a good amount of words. I know your goal is 1,000, but you're close. You're really close.
This deadline is ridiculous, but I put it off for 3 weeks, so that is my own doing.
It happens. We all do that.
Yeah, when my work went a little bit wonky, I was too focused on that to write too much.
Okay, so let's see. So hello to Megan. Halfway hello to Megan. Melanie says, I've officially picked up my book review blogs post for February. I like being ahead of things. Yeah, it's just turned January. You're definitely ahead of things. Me, I'm a procrastinator. I wait to the very last minute for everything. Melanie said she did 648 words for that sprint in her blog post. Good job. And she says, woohoo. So, I have to go through these questions because some of them are really similar. So I have to try and not repeat myself. And I don't want to have too many. One place says use 10 questions. One place says use 20 questions. I have like 30 questions. So I have to try to figure out what is really, really important and cut them down because I don't want to scare people away with a long list of questions. Even though I might be interested. Even though I might be interested doesn't mean that I want to scare everybody away with them. Melanie says, I used to be a procrastinator, but I have so much stuff planned related to internet tasks this year that I need to schedule ahead as much as I can. That's good if you can do it. I'm trying to be more prepared this year and more organized this year, but who knows how well I'll do with that. I'm just not an organized person, unfortunately. You never have been, so why would I be now?
That's definitely one of my resolutions is to be more mindful of my time and what I need to do with it.
Yeah, and like I said, having 3 calendars is way out of line. Like there's too much. There's too much to keep track of. So that's why I want everything to be in one place. Since I have the Happy Planner, I found this place that offers, well, besides the pages that she sent me, she also does the dotted pages. And she says she makes them darker. So I can put my bullet journal in my planner. So it's all in one place. Because this one I got, it was cheap. It was on Amazon. And you can't see the dots. So they're not much use. And I see such nice layouts, and I have trouble with that. I want to be able to, I'm using this book now more as a practice to try working on my lettering and learning how to draw a line down the dots, but which I can't see on here, so they're not straight. Oh, let's see. I thought I clicked on this. It only says it helps that the books I'm reviewing are from my backlog for 2019 to 20. Okay, so there's some older books in there, obviously. Melanie says you could probably cut that down to 15. See which questions can be combined as one question at different parts. Yeah, that's what I'm working on now, trying to get them, the ones that are similar, trying to put them together. And I'm finding some that I actually put the same thing twice, because I used like 8 different sites, and I got all the questions from each one. So of course there's a lot of repeats, so I have to go back in and take out some of the repeats, figure out what's really necessary. Like a couple of them, I read I read the question, I thought, do I really need that? I don't really think it, matters. So yeah, if I can get it down to 15, that's in between the 10 and the 20, probably a good idea. Working on it. Melanie says using planners, bullet journals has been so helpful. I didn't think having multiples would help, but it does. Keeps me from being overwhelmed. And I find multiples overwhelming. And it's one of the reasons why I don't tend to follow. Like, my biggest thing that works the best is having the big calendar with the big boxes on the wall beside me. I can just glance at it and I can see. But, it's not detailed. It's just a quick note, with a doctor name and time on there or something like that. And there's a lot of other information that I would like to keep, but I don't want to have to go searching through, all right, did I put it in this book? Did I put it in this journal? I want it all in one place. So that's what I'm working on this year, is to try to figure out how to customize my happy planner and make it a combination planner bullet journal. And then maybe I can get rid of this calendar on the wall. Or it might stay. I don't know.
I really should give that a try.
What's that?
I should really give something like that a try.
Yeah. Now, I'm not a planner person. I know that. That's why I'm suffering, because it's just something I'm not able to do. But having all these books is not working either. I don't keep track of word counts because it's just one more thing I have to deal with. And so I have no clue how many words I write. I just write till I stop and go from there. To Mama's back. Okay.
Hi, Mama.
Happy New Year. I think you popped in and out before we had a chance to say anything. So Happy New Year to you. Welcome.
They are. This is what's called the movie room, and there's hundreds and hundreds of VHS tapes in this room. And my husband did all that stuff in the back, and it's all over the room. It's a really neat little room.
Well, he likes it. That's cool.
It's fun.
Better than the mess behind me. That's my organization or disorganization or whatever you want to call it. And Melanie says, hey to Mama. So, why do I have second sprint on there? Did we do 2 already?
Nope.
I didn't think so. Oh boy. Oh, I don't have to change it. It's on the right one now. Oh boy. I told you I was as nervous as you were.
I'm not as nervous as I expected to be.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Definitely.
This is better than a Zoom where there's all these faces staring at you and you're trying to have a conversation.
Oh,
I hate
okay.
Zoom.
I've been on Zoom, yeah, and everybody just sitting there all waiting. Like we do our writing groups, and it's like you're sitting there and everybody's just waiting for you to read, and it's like it's almost as bad as being there in person with them all staring at you, waiting for you to read, right?
Yes.
So
Hi, Laura.
Mel says that's fantastic. Hi, Laura. She loves the Frankenstein.
I noticed the Frankenstein when I watched your stream last time too. I noticed all the pictures on the back and I showed my husband. Very nice.
So she loves Halloween, looks fantastic. Melanie says, I'm torn. I'm working on my novel or reading more of the art that's currently in my possession. It's so good. Advanced reader copy, I believe that stands for. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Okay. Melanie says, oh my God, Zoom meetings. I'm not looking forward to those when I get back to work. They're energy draining.
They're awful.
Yeah. Yeah. We're switching. I don't know what's going to happen this month. They're switching it. I forget what it's called, but they're switching to something else because Zoom charges you. If it's more than 2 people, you only get 40 minutes and then they start charging you. And our meetings are obviously more than 40 minutes long. So it doesn't really work. And who wants to pay for Zoom? So they found something else that I don't know the name of it right now.
Hi, Amber.
There's Amber. Hi, Amber.
Look at us drawing all these people in.
Yeah. Happy New Year to Amber. Amber says
Happy New Year. It's January 1st today, right?
Yep, January 1st. Happy New Year.
I keep forgetting.
I did a video on I wander even when I can't stay organized when I'm doing videos. And it started out saying goodbye to 2020 and hello to 2021, and it just like wanders all over the place. And that's just the way I am. Laura says, working on a role-playing Lord of the Rings game for my family to play tomorrow night. Have to come up with the stories and the characters. Aren't you doing something that you did something similar just recently with Dungeons and Dragons? Tamama writes hello to Laura. Tamama says hello to Amber. Melanie says my company uses WebEx, but not a lot of people know this, so I just say Zoom. Yeah, I haven't heard of WebEx. Zoom is very well known. Laura says my brother is a bad guy going to Rogue to join the group, so it's going to be interesting. This is bad guy going Rogue to join the group, so it's going to be interesting going up against the Roman.
That sounds very detailed.
Laura says hello to Mama.
Yeah, so Amber, jealous, Amber.
Mountains out. Oh. Yeah, I just watched the video a little earlier that you put out. They put the link in last night. I just finally got a chance to watch it.
I have to watch that too. I forgot about it.
Yeah, I just came across it, so I watched it before this. Melanie says, Jen, it's so fun when you're hosting, co-hosting, and you see people you recognize. I tend to sing everyone's names that come in.
That could possibly happen. Who knows? At this point, I'm trying not to talk over Tessa like I'm doing right now.
Yeah, she has done that quite a few times. I think she'll be fine streaming on her own. Yeah. Melanie says, That sounds so lovely to Amber.
Did you take your daughter, Amber?
Melanie says to Laura, Saruman is one of my favorite villains. These are things I'm not familiar with. My education is lacking. Okay, so Amber says she went hiking today before it started raining. Laura says, Melanie, my little band of folks are going to try and steal his paletter. We'll see how they're getting up the tower. Yep, beyond me. Sorry.
Yeah, me too. I'm not that familiar with it.
Amber says, thank you for watching it. Yeah, it was my daughter, my mom, and I. Yeah. Yeah, you had a lot of out points there. I left a message on it. I left a comment. Melanie says, oh goodness, it poured all day today, but it was awful around 11 a.m. to noon because the rain froze on everything it touched. I haven't been outside today, so I only had my aide tell me it was cold out and it was raining. So otherwise, I didn't even look out the window even. So.
Me too. If I don't have to leave my house, I won't leave my house.
I don't either. Melanie says to Laura, I'm sure there will be lots of obstacles along the path. I'm sure there will be too. Laura is very detail oriented. Okay, we're caught up. Should we start another sprint?
Yes, we should.
All right, let's see if you can get that tree code in there. Anybody that wants to join.
I'm going to try it the other way, the old way, because it seemed like it read okay.
Oh, I'll never get it.
If someone can someone type that for me? Otherwise, I have to pop in and out.
I'm not going to be able to, so someone else can try it, but I.
Thank you, Melanie.
Somebody did it. Okay, great. Because I'm unfortunately not able to do that. One, I can't see it, and it's just like too much at me at one time. I can't. All right, so.
Oh, thank you, Amber. You too. And it's your favorite tree, Tessa.
Is it? Oh, cool. Yes. Let's see, let's hope this works. Ah, I did something. Oh, idiot. Yeah, my favorite tree. And Valerie says I'm 6 coins away from 400. So I'll break that. Oh, I can't say. Oh, no, it's on it. 6 coins away from 400. So I'll break that milestone with this sprint. Yeah, I'm almost to 2,000. So that'll give me several that I can go after. Because I go to bed every night with it and I get, I think it's 65, 3 hours. And then I set it again if I wake up and I get another 65. So they add up fast that way. And it doesn't care that you're sleeping or reading or writing. It doesn't care. Courtney was the one that told me about that. It worked out really well.
I'm glad you told me how to do it. I didn't know how to do the 180 until you told me how.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You can turn it all the way up to 180. For anybody that wants to do it, you turn it all the way up to 180. And you can go to sleep and you get 65 coins at the end of that. Okay, I'm going to work on my novel, then go back to the arc next sprint. All right, so just going to switch it up. Melanie said that's a great idea. I should do that so I don't play games when I should be going to bed. Melanie says, thanks for mentioning that, Tessa. New habit.
Yep.
I'm glad it could help. I picked that up and And Courtney mentioned it, and I've been doing it ever since. So every night I get at least 1 to 2. So that's 130 coins a night if I do it twice a night. So it racks them up pretty fast. All right. So we are set with the room. People are signed in. Let me set the timer. 30 minutes starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, forgot to share it again. It's like, what is wrong with this thing? I don't usually unshare, so I don't have to share it after the first time. And this time I did. So, to share it again. Okay. Let's get that off of there. All right. This is the second sprint. I don't know what I was doing the first time. See you in 30 minutes. Okay, I'm not sure unless you're talking about clicking on it down on the left-hand side where it is. Maybe that'll work. I didn't know that. Thank you. Thank you, Amber. I'll try that next time. I normally leave it up, but when there's two of us, I'd like this both to be in the screen instead of teeny tiny little people. Okay. Now let's see if I understood what Amber was saying. Ah, okay. I think I understand now what she was telling me about the timer, putting it in and out. I don't have to share it each time. Okay. Let me know how you did. I am now down to 21 questions. Combine several similar ones together. Tried to put them in a more cohesive order. This is a little bit more complicated than I expected it to be. But I don't want to overload everybody with a ton of questions. So, how'd you do, Jen?
I got 600 words, but I was kind of up and down.
I thought I noticed you move once. So, it's still a lot of words, though. I mean, it's not bad.
Yeah, not bad. How about everybody
And,
else?
yeah, waiting on. We dropped a couple people, so I'm not exactly sure who's here. I have to remember you're no longer in the count, because you're with me. You don't count in that count, so I'm not sure who's actually out there.
I can't even see how many people there are. Oh, okay. Now I can. 3.
Yeah, if you go to the main page, you get a more accurate account than what StreamYard tells you. Tamama says, okay, we got Tamama. She's here. 255 here, jotting things down in Notepad, trying to smooth out the chain of events prior to the story. Okay. And also maybe falling asleep. Well, that doesn't help much, does it? I've done that myself. Melanie says, I'm back. Sorry, I had you muted for a second. Okay. Well, we didn't know we were muted, but I'm glad to see you back. We were just wondering who was still actually here. Since it doesn't tell you who's here, it just gives you a number. There are 3 people. That could be 3 people just clicked on it and left it running. It, doesn't necessarily mean anybody's here. It's actually chatting in the chat. So, I'm down to, what did I say? I'm down to 21 questions. Still little, probably still too many. Melanie said 723 for her novel. Not bad, since it didn't get started till about 15 minutes left. I was chatting with my hubby for a bit. Actually,
That's really good, Melanie.
It's not bad if you did 723 in 15 minutes. That's pretty good. Good job. The mama writes nice. I'm thinking about food again. I have got to stop thinking about food. Food.
Food is good.
I have an unhealthy relationship with food. That's my problem. Melanie says, writing from the supporting characters' POVs has been wonderful. I like having POVs, and I think all my stories will always have POVs. I just have to keep the amount of POVs down to a minimum, because I get a little carried away. I actually had to add a few to make that whole scene of mine that was like 30 pages long. I had to break that down into a couple more POVs that I wasn't planning on adding. Anyway, without rewriting the whole thing and trying to figure out how to put all that information I wanted everybody to know, in the story is to have it as a POV. It's the only way. If you're just telling the story, you can't put all that stuff in there. So I like the POVs. I like having them. I definitely, like I said, I think I will probably continue doing that for my stories. Uh-oh. Gotta close my window real quick. It's pouring again. Wow. I don't know what
Figure out
it's
where you
doing.
live, Melanie. Sorry, Tessa.
That's okay.
It's hard not to do that.
I can't remember where. Was it Ohio?
I don't know. I totally can't remember. Oh, yep. You're right.
Ohio. Okay. All right. So Melanie says I have 3. Half this draft I'm working on is from my discovery draft I wrote earlier in 2020, and the other half is from a rewrite where I started the story from a different beat. So she has 3 POVs. I ended up with more than 3. I cut it down to 3 and then realized that was not going to work. Not for my purposes. So I added a few more in. Melanie says, so the rewrite I started with just the main character, and I'm adding in the POVs. Everything is flowing so smoothly. I definitely think having POVs definitely makes everything flow much smoother. And you can know things that the main character has no idea is going on, that everybody reading knows about it, but they don't know it. And so she's in the Cleveland area, so I was right about Ohio, and it was Ohio. That's the only thing I could tell you.
I just think with multiple POVs, you have to be really clear on who's talking at that moment. It can get confusing.
Well, that's why my chapters are the name of the person talking.
Okay.
You know, point of view it is, the time of day, and the day it is. I didn't know how else to do it. I didn't put fancy title names in there. I just put, the person who's speaking, so whose point of view it is, time of day, and the day.
That
For
should be
most
good.
of it. And I figured that, yeah. So, and in a couple spots, I noticed where I skipped over, like, alternating it. And I'm like, now, how do I add in another, section for that person that I skipped over? Do I just leave it the way it was? It's just later in the day, same person talking. Questions I'm not sure of. Definitely not sure of. That I'll learn as I'm going along. Yes, and that makes it so fun. Okay, Melanie says, I label when the POV switches happen. The switches all happen within the individual chapters. Sort of like what I just said, only I'm doing a chapter per point of view. So, so of course my chapters are longer. I don't know. There might be a different way, a better way. So it's really hard to say. It's young adults, so I know that's helpful.
You should make that like a point on your questions for your beta readers too, is asking about the POVs and if they're clear.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Definitely. So Melanie says, so as you read through the book, you'll see chapter 1, then Reagan or Banco or Cassandra for each POV. That's kind of what I'm doing, basically. Except I'm adding a time frame in there as well because, it's different parts during the day as the day moves on. I also added the time frame on there on mine. So it's, it's not just, like Reagan, it would be Reagan and the, 5:30 a.m., Tuesday. That's what I added on mine. So we're kind of doing the same thing, basically. And Melanie says, I just surpassed 35K that sprint. Wow. And my discovery draft was 36K. I actually might hit 50K with this method. I'm up to 52,000 words, which for me is phenomenal. Because I'm not a long writer. I just have a hard time writing long stuff. So I made it to 50,000. I got to 52. So it's 52,000, approximately, just about 52,000 words. And she says, I'm still wrapping up adding the POVs to chapter 5. And there's 15 chapters plus an epilogue. Yay, I'll get there. Haha.
You will.
And see, I have a lot more chapters. I've got 60-some chapters. And some of them are long. And some of them are less than a page. Because that person only needed to say a little bit in their, as their POV. Their point of view needed only to say a little bit. And then in another spot, it's really super long. So it's confusing, and I'm not sure I'm doing it right. And, just working on it to the best of my knowledge. Melanie says, congratulations to me. That's awesome. I hope to accomplish that this year, either with this book or the second in its series. And that's cool. You're writing a series. I'm still trying to decide if I have enough to make another book. I have an idea. I'm just not sure if I have enough information. What do they call it? I guess I'm an underwriter. I just don't have that much stuff. I mean, I can stretch some things out by adding, description, adding dialogue. I notice dialogue can stretch it out, I find. Melissa, I'd have around 60 to 70 chapters if I had the chapters set up with the POVs. I know a lot of YA books are like that, especially in the fantasy genre. Okay, so that's basically what I did. Each POV, as it changes throughout the day, adds chapters to the story, because I make each one a separate chapter. So each section is another chapter. So that means I have 60-some, like 63 chapters, I think it is. And the last part of it, I didn't know whether to do it as an epilogue or chapters, because some people don't read epilogues. And I want them to definitely read the end. So I didn't know whether to put that as an epilogue or just make it a chapter, but in there I put it's a different month. So the very first one we start out, we're in August, and then when we get to the end, it changes, and on there it says April and continues with the chapters and the point of view. Again, I'm still guessing because I really don't know. I don't have enough experience to really know.
Who doesn't read epilogues? I always do.
Some people, there was a whole thing done on it. Somebody says, and also prologues, that somebody to do a prologue, and they said, well, you know how many people skip the prologue? They don't even bother. So a lot of important information is in that prologue. Why would you not read it? It's part of the book. I don't understand it, but there was a good bit of conversation on that. So I don't know. I personally read everything, but I do know that this person was saying that a lot of people tend not to read those. And I'm like, why not? I didn't understand it. So they were making them chapters instead. That way they said they'd make sure that they would get read. So, I mean, that could have just been that person's point of view and not everybody's point of view.
I kind of think that's on the reader. If they miss information, that's their fault.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
It's there.
It's there. And it's there for a reason. Melanie says, but I don't want to info dump too much in the first book. Yeah. I keep hearing about this info dumping. Melanie says, I literally just realized that I'm keeping the 3 POVs in each chapter because they're happening simultaneously throughout the day. Yeah, I had that issue where the same time frame and what each one's doing in that time frame. So they would all say the same thing. You know, each person's name would have the same time of day because they were all doing the same. This is what they were all doing at that time of day. So it'd be the same time frame. Wouldn't necessarily be later or before. It would be the same time.
I definitely want to read it now, Tessa. I'm just curious to see. That's part of it, but I do want to read it anyway. But yeah, just bring that point up with your betas and make sure it flows, because I look for flow when I beta read something. I want the story to, go together nicely and not jump around and too much and stuff. So
yeah, well, that's what I need is people that know what they're doing to read it and give me ideas. Melanie says, I mean, I knew that's why I had it set up that way, but I forgot. Amber says, I'm not a fan of chapters with titles, but I am old school. Now, see, I used to always try to put titles on my chapters. So I have a lot of stories that I started, and they would be like chapter 1, and then it would have something to do with with the chapter. I didn't just say chapter 1, and I don't know whether never paid attention to what I was reading to really, other people's books to see what they did, Amber says, people think that a prologue is an info dump. Yeah, that's what they were saying, but I disagree. And they thought that, it was just an info dump, and they didn't see any reason to read it, so they would skip it. So then they said, well, then the only way to get around it was to make it a chapter, but it didn't quite fit right, especially if it's in a different time. If it's a prologue and you're talking about it, earlier in their life or something, and putting it as a chapter really screwed things up, I thought. Melanie says, I know a lot of the mass market paperbacks I used to see in the 90s, early 2000s would have prologues that were just scenes from a later chapter. They act as a preview. Yes, I have seen that happen before too. So I think maybe that's why a lot of people started skipping them, not realizing that some people were actually putting information in those prologues.
I always read them.
I do too.
They're usually pretty short.
Yeah, in most cases. Yeah, in most cases they definitely are. And they're usually important to the story. Melanie says, to Amber. She's with you on that. Melanie says sometimes the prologue can give backstory that is important to where the current story begins. That's another thing. It does definitely give you, information that's important for where you start to read from that you miss out on. Melanie says you don't want to work to piece the story together while beta reading or while reading in general. Melanie says I used to use titles for my fan fictions when I was younger, but I'd remove the titles before posting them on the website I was part of. They were more for my reference. Okay. Amber says that whole thing started because of gatekeepers in traditional publishing.
There you go, Melanie. Ah, there you go. So easy for me.
It was working because I can't do that. I too much for me.
My hand's shaking, but 6.
Melanie
Very good. Thank you.
Says to Amber that it makes sense because a lot of the back cover material was just snippets of reviews or a very general blurb. Melanie just asked the other that's okay. I wasn't reading ahead. I'm just trying to keep up with it. All right. So I need to set up. Join the room. 6, 9, CD. Sunflowers. Got it. Okay. We are ready for what are we on? Melanie's going to grab a snack and some caffeine before we get started. Okay. Fine. Second sprint. I need to go to the third one. Third. Okay. We're in the room. Pull up the timer. Got it set. Okay, Melanie's ready. All right, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Start. And add it back to the stream. Okay, that works. Cool. To Mama Rach, she's definitely fading a little. You party all last night? Were you here with us last night? I don't remember. I know Jen and I were here. And a couple of new people. We had a couple of people at the end there that were from, one was from Germany. I'm not sure who the other one was. She didn't stay long. But the one from Germany was just getting up, so she was refreshed and ready to write. And we were all fading because we'd have been up all night long. All right, let's do this. So Amber, you definitely helped me with the taking the screen off without having to take it all the way off, stop screen. So that was a big help. Thank you so much. Hi, Rosalind. I didn't see you come in. They're still tweaking the pump. It's gotten better since they've lowered the amount of insulin I get during the night, because I was having crashes every morning. Early morning, it would wake me up, and I'd be like, right now it was just 49, and I would sometimes be as low as 45, 43, which makes me super weak, and I'm afraid I'm going to pass out. And I have not been able to figure out what is going on. So I'm trying to get a continuous glucose monitor. I'm planning, Charlie, to be streaming for quite a while. I'm not sure about Jen. Can't speak for her. But she usually hangs in there with me most of the night. I know she has deadlines. If she wants to go ahead and speak for herself.
I am down with a long sprint tonight, or long stream rather.
So we will be here for quite a while. You were sorry to hear what? That we will be streaming tonight?
Okay.
I'm a little confused. Rosalind says that your pump have an alarm set at 90 so you don't go too low. I do not have alarms on my pump, and we're trying to get a continuous glucose monitor. The doctor's screwing around. I haven't gotten it yet. They're trying to see if they can figure out if there's a pattern to it as to why it's doing it. Oh, my insulin problems. Okay. It just kind of fell in the wrong spot, and I was a little confused. Yeah, and insulin is nothing to mess with. So they're still trying to figure it out. It got a little better there for a while. Now it's starting again, and I don't know what's definitely going on, and neither does the doctor, which doesn't help me any. Now the continuous glucose monitor that I ordered, as far as I know, has an alarm to warn me when I hit either a high or a low, depending on what it's set at. So that should start warning me if it starts dropping, but I don't have it yet, and I don't know how it works. I will have to go through some kind of training. I don't know how they're going to do that with the pandemic that's going on, and they're not in the office, so I'm not sure how they plan on doing that one. But I'm waiting for the doctor to stop screwing around and get the paperwork they need to order it. It is scary. And I'll wake up in the middle of the night and I'm so weak and I'm disoriented. And when it drops that low, it's bad news. Is it a G6? I can teach you. Is what a G6? I've never heard of G6, so I don't know to what you're referring to. This is going to go on. Let me get this alarm before it goes screeching on our ears. I'll be right back. Oh, I got a toothache. It's not helping. Catch this alarm. All right. All right. So, all right. I don't have the continuous glucose monitor yet. It will be a Libre from, I believe, Abbott. Libre. Libre. That's the one I'm getting. And it has a reader that I will hold up. I will hold up to it and it will read it. But it has alarms. When I heard it had alarms, I decided to order that one. So it should warn me when it starts dropping. So I don't hopefully continue to get down into the 40s, because the 40s, I can barely function. And I'm afraid that it's going to, one time, I'm just going to end up passing out and that'll be it. Won't be, nobody will know. Amber says, I'm trying to get my ex to get that if he ends up having to go back to work. I've been trying for months now. Doctor says, I want you to get this, but then they don't bother sending the paperwork in. Well, let's see. Amber says, hopefully he can stay working from home until almost everyone has the vaccine. Yeah. Well, we'll see once I get the continuous glucose monitor. Like I said, it's a Libre by the Abbott company. And unfortunately, it does not attach to my pump, which would be ideal. But my pump is too old. It's not made to have the matching glucose monitor that would make the adjustments necessary. They didn't tell me that till later on. First they told me, oh yeah, you get that, and you can attach it to your thing and it'll tell you, and it'll make the adjustments automatically. Well, my pump is too old for that. It doesn't have that ability. Are you done streaming, Charlie, or are you still streaming? I haven't looked.
I think he's getting ready to finish up and he's going to send everybody over here.
Oh, okay. Okay. So we may have an influx of people. It's definitely not something easy to deal with. And I'm a type 2 diabetic that became a type 1. Doesn't normally happen that way. Hi, Dee Dee. Happy New Year. Nice to see you.
Hi, Dee Dee.
I don't know why my tooth hurts. It's aching. I'm a mess. I'm such a mess. Melanie says, I think I am done writing tonight. My fingers were cramping this last sprint. Wrote over 1,600 words this stream. Good. Time to read. Wow. I don't blame you. 1,600 words is quite a lot of words. And this stream, 2.5 hours. Good job. Melanie says, keeping my iron levels in check is tough enough. I can't imagine the sugar stuff too. And now they're worried about that I have anemia, and I'm having blood work done to see if I'm anemic on top of everything else that I'm dealing with. I have congestive heart failure, so have to be no salt added and keep it as low as possible. You're welcome, Melanie. And Happy New Year. Hope to see you soon. And with the colitis I have, I'm on a low fiber, no lactose diet. You try eating foods when you can't have anything, and the sugar from the diabetes. I'm getting a dietitian call on Tuesday, I think it is, and she's going to help me. You were in the hospital 11/24 to 11/26 getting blood transfusion because your hemoglobin dropped to 4.4. Also, I'm still sticking around. Oh, okay. You're still sticking around. Okay, great. The nurses were surprised I was able to get to the ER walking upright and conscious. Yeah, I guess so. 4.4. Officers, I hear you and Melanie down. I feel the same way about tracking my vitamin D. You did great with your count, by the way. Okay. Amber, Melanie says thank you. Amber, part of that was from my blog, but still get over 1K from my novel, which is my goal in writing days. All right, great. Well, so far, I think we just got Dee Dee and Rose were the two new people. Your hemoglobin is supposed to be 12 to 16. They had to get me up to 7 before they could send me home. 5 bags of blood later, I was released at 11 a.m. on Thanksgiving morning. Wow.
Mm.
Well, the day after Thanksgiving, I went into the hospital with colitis. And I couldn't tolerate anything in my stomach. I was on IV fluids only. And I still cannot tolerate certain foods. So, 2020 was a rotten year, let me tell you.
It was.
Hopefully things will change. I'm hoping. Now all I need is anemia on top of everything else. And I've had anemia before, so it can be an issue for me. So I told him I can't breathe. He says, well, your lungs are fine. But if you have anemia, you would have breathing problems. I'm like, great. So I just had blood work and chest x-ray done the other day. Melanie says, here's something to cheer everyone up. Do a search for Anderson Cooper drunk New Year's Eve on YouTube. Shannon last sprint when she needed a break and she was crying, laughing. I gotta be careful if I go and search for something, the sound will come through and everybody will hear it on here. So I can't do it right now. That's the only bad thing with having this all on one computer. It picks up all the sounds.
I'm watching
What?
on silent, hoping to get the same impression. Let's see. He is drunk. He's moving kind of back and forth and just laughing. That's funny. It's a good drunk though. He's just giggling. So
Mm.
I think he's gonna fall down. Oh, that's funny. I will definitely watch that later. I don't think he stays standing up through the entire thing.
Oh boy.
That would be a celebrity, right?
Yeah, right? Everybody watching everything you do.
Ugh.
At least everybody ignores me. Well, I guess we can do another sprint. I'm not sure anybody else is going to show up, so if they come in, they can just join in wherever we happen to be.
Okay, I'll set up a tree.
Alrighty.
I'm so spoiled.
I know. 5 and R2. 5 and R2.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Amber.
And a X. Yes, thank you, everybody, because I can't do it fast enough to get it in there. Okay. That's an interesting tree. Reminds me of the fall.
Mm-hmm. So I like it.
Melanie says she won't ignore me. Oh, thank you. You know, it's been a year when CNN hosted segments during live TV. She's So Melanie is going back to her arc.
I'll do a pumpkin next time just for you, Melanie.
Authorship. Amber says she just unlocked the octopus tray. It's so cute. That must be interesting. Okay. Put this back on the stream. Now that I understand how this works, that works great. Set the timer. 30 minutes. I'm going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Dee Dee says she loves your background. There is quite some background. Molly says eventually you'll get tired of me and be like, oh my God, she's here again. No, we wouldn't do that.
This is our movie room, Dee Dee. It has hundreds and hundreds of VHS tapes on either side of me, and it's all Halloween everything. It's the coolest room we have in our house. And the living room's a little bit set up like Halloween too, all year round. So
Hi, Laura. We're just finishing up the sprint. Need more swords in your life? Oh, Lord. Just realized I have to write my rent check out.
Wow, Laura. That's pretty crazy.
I actually got my stimulus check today.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it was in my, got the notice, it was in my checking account. I just checked, it's there. So I got my stimulus deposit.
Wow, I want mine.
I don't know how they're sending them out, what the order is, but I've got mine already.
I
Today's
haven't.
it's a holiday to boot. I mean, I was like, I can't believe it's here today on a holiday. But it came through. Hi, Devin. Hi, Shadow's Lair.
Hi,
Happy New
Shadow.
Year. Oh, cool. Yeah, so there's hope. I don't know what the order is that they're mailing them, but I got mine today. So
Direct deposit gets them first, right?
That's what I understand, because they automatically have your information. They just send them out. If you get a check, it takes a while.
I get direct deposit, so I should be good.
Hopefully you'll get it soon.
Yes, I need it. I always need it. Although, do you remember that client that I told you didn't like what I wrote for her?
Uh-huh.
So she had set up for me to rewrite it, but she just she came up with the emergency expense, so she kind of backed out of the contract. But she just paid me for what I wrote.
Well, that
despite
was
the fact she's not using it.
that's
So go me.
Yeah, go you. Lucky you.
I'm very excited.
Yeah, that's great. That's great
It's
news.
a decent chunk, you know.
Right, right. I'm glad they
And it
didn't.
also leaves things good between us, so she can she can come back if she wants to work with me again.
That's always good.
And we're on good terms, so yay.
Yay, yay you.
Ew, that sounds gross, Laura.
And they show there's a serrated sword that collects the fat of its victims. Oh, so when you slash it on something, it catches fire. So cool and deadly. Wow. Wow. Melanie made it through 2 chapters in the arc. Laura says Canada Post is slow, so it may be a few weeks until I get my check up here. Yeah, and I don't even know if they've started sending checks yet. They're doing direct deposit. I don't know if they've started the checks at all. So then you have to wait the time, once they send them out. You got the first one. Cool. Mama says she's awake. And she's going to get a slice of pie.
What kind of pie? That sounds good.
I saw that picture earlier. What was that, pecan? I saw the picture of it, and I couldn't tell, but I thought maybe it was pecan.
Yummy.
I don't know what shishio is. She's putting shishio, whatever that is. I may am wrong. I don't know anything about pie. Melanie says, for the first round last year, my husband got his, the first day, I got a check, and it was like 2 months later. Oh, jeez.
Chocolate pecan pie?
I never got his at all. Because he moved to another state. He had no mailing address. He didn't file taxes. I'm like, and I don't know whether he'll get this one or if it's still screwed up. I don't know. Chocolate pecan pie. Okay, I was half right.
That's not fair.
I was half right. I knew it looked like pecan. I have 1.5 chapters left for today's reading goal when it comes to the arc. So once I finish that, it's bubble bath time. Oh, God, I haven't had a bubble bath in so long. I can't get in my tub. I can barely get in to take a shower, and I have to do that with help. So bubble baths are a thing of my past, and I used to love a nice hot bubble bath. I really miss that. And it would certainly help the aches and pains, but I can't get into I can barely get into it to take the shower. So
we have this really nice big bubble bath in one of our bathtub, and I don't have the patience to fill it and get into the bathtub, so I never take a bath. It takes so long.
Really?
Yeah. Therefore, I never take a bath.
Oh, wow.
I just get impatient. I'm like, I just want to be in there relaxing, not worrying about the water and all that, It's dumb, but whatever.
I wish I could still take them, but I can't. Laura says, I'm your neighbor at the Mama Right. Share your sugar, please. Need some pecan pie. Oh, boy. Oh, oops. Oh, so I checked my bank account, made sure I had my deposit. And I got the text message, so it was sure it's there, but just to make sure I checked my bank account to make sure it's there. So it's there. I got paid earlier. Instead of we get paid on the 3rd, because of the holiday, they gave it to us on the 31st, which was weird. So I got paid my regular pay. So my bank account isn't looking too bad right now. Of course, all those bills coming through are going to take it all out over the next few weeks. But it's a start. And $600 I didn't plan on, so that's an extra $600 I didn't plan on having. Shadows Lair said I need to keep writing because I want to get this finished, but my head is dying. I may do one more and try to get this chapter 11. Oh, I'm sorry. Your head is dying. I'm a toothache right now. Shadows Lair says done. Melanie says our stopper quit working shortly after Ohio first went on lockdown, and I couldn't take baths for a couple of months because maintenance would only do emergency repairs. Yeah, it was like that around here too. Unless the toilets overflowing in your apartment, forget getting anything done. Is there anything they'd come out for? Melanie says they spent $6 for a pair of rubber stoppers that you just put over the drain. An Amazon product, and oh my God, they've been great. Cool. Melanie says, I hope you feel better at the shadows lair. Then I realized it was the 1st, so now I have to write a checkout for rent. I have to run that downstairs sometime and drop it in the box. I've got, I think, 20 questions now. It's not 15, but 20 is better than 30. Definitely better than 30. So, let's see. I got a toothache. I do not know why my tooth is aching all of a sudden. Unless something got caught in between my teeth, which is a possibility. You know how when something gets caught between the teeth and they start to hurt?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if something got caught. Let's see, Melanie says that our cats broke the screen door that goes out to our balcony because Loki climbed on it all the time when he was still little. So we can't even open the door now. Oh no. Melanie says that's still great progress. That's a way to go. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, that wasn't easy getting 30 questions down to 20, and I still might have to try rewording it a little bit so it's not quite as bad. I'm not sure. But at least it's down to 20. Shadows Lair said, me too, but this migraine has been haunting me for a few days. On last night's fireworks just exploded the pain. Drink plenty. People keeps the head pain away. Larnell says, I think I'm going to read some fan fiction for inspiration for my own. Working on chapter 9. Okay. Melanie says, tooth pain is the worst. Yes. I hate it even worse than headaches. I think headaches are bad and migraines are bad, but tooth pain, God, it's one of the worst things around. Tooth pain is evil. If it doesn't.
Can you take anything for that, Tessa?
Huh?
Can you take anything for tooth pain? It's been a while for me.
Can I take anything for?
Yeah, any pain pills or anything?
Well, I'm on pain pills.
Oh, okay, well, that's.
I take 10 milligrams of Percocet every day.
Oh my.
4 times a day. So that's 10 milligrams every 6 hours I get. So why am I in pain? You know?
That's very true.
Like, really, why am I in pain when I take all this Percocets? Oh. Tooth pain is evil. Yep, it sure is. Nolly says, in my opinion, it's easier to add material and remove it. I always worry I may remove something important. Yeah, I'm always worried when and you know, it was funny because a couple times I hit delete something. I'm like, why did it just delete everything out of there? And it's like, you know, quit fumbling around trying to hit Control Z to get it back. Wondering why it disappeared in the first place. Melanie says I take extra strength Tylenol when I get a bad toothache. Tylenol does absolutely nothing for me at all. For nothing. Melanie said, oops. Oh, Tessa, you poor dear. Yeah. Poor me. Mama says I hear Tiffany, I think imbecile. Listen, I thought about it earlier. I'm thinking, God, I wish I had, like we always had it around when the kids were little. It's like, I wish I had some imbecile right now. It might help some of this tooth pain. I don't want to call a dentist. That's the last thing I want to do. Mama writes, it's good advertising. Nobody writes to mommy, you're right. She thinks Orjo, but sometimes that doesn't do enough. One or the other. They both, do something, but I don't have either one of them, as far as I know. Even the severe pain, Joe.
I've been known to do that too myself.
My dad used to take 10 ibuprofen at once for his back. Oh, I've done things like that. Yeah. In addition to the fact that I'm taking pain pills and shouldn't be taking stuff like that. They get a little upset. They don't want me taking anything. Excuse me, but the pain pills. And pain pills just don't always help. Melanie said a few years back when our money was really tight and we were living with my mom, I was looking up home remedies for toothaches. And so I would dip a Q-tip into my James whiskey.
Oh, no.
Reminds me, when I was first married, we lived in North Carolina and we had 100 whatever proof, well, that was 100 and whatever proof, liquor down there, moonshine. And I had a toothache, and so I knocked myself out with that stuff. But it helped the pain. It definitely helped the pain. And stick it between my gum and cheek. It worked wonders. I think somebody said use tea bags. I got a tea bag and a pot of tea sitting out on the counter. I don't know if it'll do anything or not. Shadows there says over-the-counter pain meds don't work with chronic pain patients. I know because nothing works for my pain anymore. Exactly. Which includes the Percocets, because the Percocets barely touch my pain anymore, and they won't give me anything else. I don't even know if there's anything. I'm at 10 milligrams now, four times a day. I don't know if there's anything stronger than that or not, but they're not going to give it to me. Melanie says at the Shadows Lair, that makes sense. I can't imagine dealing with the pharmacy for that kind of script. I hate the fact I have to go in every month and get a new script because can't get refills on them. You have to get a new script every month. It's a pain. Melanie says my husband has epilepsy. Thankfully, he's been seizure-free for over 10 years, but that's because he's over-medicated with 900 milligrams of meds a day. Pad is FDA regulated and a pain when it comes to getting prior authorization from insurance. Yeah, bet it. Never heard of it, but yeah, if that's the kind of medication it is, yep, prior authorization can be a real pain. Tea bags would help with the swelling. Well, they're out in the kitchen. I can always think about that. Shadow Slayer, I can't do the other pain meds either because of my seizure meds, which I found out the hard way when I accidentally sliced my hands and they couldn't give me oxycodone.
Oh, no.
Oh, wow. That's what I live on, oxycodone. Without my oxy, holy cow. And that doesn't hardly put a dent in the pain, honest to God. You know, I just, on the last break, quick ran and took another oxycodone because pain's bad. When I got up this morning, my hips were killing me. I'm like, great. Now not only my back and knees hurt, but my hips are killing me. Melanie says, oh no, I'm so sorry, Shadow. Melanie says he's down to 700 milligrams of anti-seizure meds now and hasn't had any negative side effects. Knocks on wood. Anti-seizure meds. Vimpat's a narcotic. That's one I haven't heard of. I had a big argument with my last pain doctor, and she wouldn't give me my pain medicine. I had to switch doctors. And I was afraid that he wouldn't give me the medicine, and he did give it to me, thankfully. Molly says I can't take meds with codeine. I get all shades of nasty. Codeine used to put me asleep.
Mm-hmm. I took it once. A friend gave it to me for something, and I had to drive home that night, and I was so out of it. I did not like it.
The Shadows Glare says stitches and no pain meds are something I mean. I don't care for those meds. They make me giggly. Without my pain meds, I am definitely not giggly. I am really very upset. A couple of years ago when I went to the ER again for another blood transfusion, I was having terrible cramps. I told the nurse that Tylenol did nothing for the pain, so she gave me morphine. I'm allergic to morphine. Talk about reaction. And then they say to me, if you're allergic to morphine, how can you take the oxycodone? Because it's a byproduct of morphine. I said, it's not the pill form, it's the IV. And the hospital said it has to do with the IV. There's something different in the IV morphine as opposed to a morphine tablet. They put me on regular morphine tablets and I was fine. But when they put me on the IV, I had a horrible reaction. I swelled up and was scratching and itching so bad. It was terrible. Melanie says I get all loopy and felt like I was floating. I think I tried floating with her too in front of my mom. 10 minutes later, I threw up and lost the high, but my pain was gone, so yay. Shadows there, but I'd rather be giggly than deal with that again. Also, at Melanie, I know all about that refill constantly stuff. I'm glad he's been seizure free. Yeah, really. Melanie says to Shadow, what's frustrating is even as his spouse, I can't talk to the pharmacy health insurance people on his behalf to ensure refills. Yeah. Things like that are really ridiculous. I mean, you can't even, you can't do anything for your parents. You can't do anything for anybody. The only thing, surprised they let you do anything for your kids, right? They still do at least let you take care of your kids. Well,
should we sprint again?
Yes, so. We seem to have stopped commenting, so it's time to sprint.
Okay, Melanie, here you go.
It's a good thing somebody in here can do this because I sure can't. 675.
Oh, sorry. It's hard for me to keep it straight.
675 BUT.
Ah,
May have gotten it this time. Maybe, just maybe. I did it.
did you?
I got it. I didn't write it in there, but I got it on my phone.
Does anyone else need it?
Nobody else is in there but me. Just me. Shadowslayer says my spouse has been having the same issue, and I am autistic and hard of hearing, so I can't hear on phone calls. We are trying to see if there is a like power of attorney type thing. Yeah, you might want to check into that. Definitely. Everybody get that code. I don't know if I can write it down. Retyping 7 T
Thank you, Melanie.
5 B. Somebody do it? Oh, okay. I was just getting ready to try to type it in. All right, good. I only got it. All right. Yeah, I would definitely check into it, a power of attorney type of thing. You should be able to. Shadows layer. Yay, writing. Shadows layer. I was in the middle of a Spanish lesson, so I have to use my phone. Melanie says, whoops, hey, I need that one more time, please. Melanie says, I stepped away to account my flirting with the nurse while high on morphine story to the husband, and he was cracking up. There's the code for anybody that still needs it. And it's in the
Hold on a second.
Thanks, Jen.
Okay, it changed. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. Sometimes it kicks me out of the room.
It
So let's
kicked
do
you.
that again, Melanie.
You're not in anymore?
Sorry.
I mean, I actually got in there without doing having a problem, and you're not in there.
It just glitches and kicks me out for some reason. I don't know why.
All right, let's see. Let's try this again. 6429. 6429 PY5. All right, I'm in there this time. It's a pumpkin.
I'll leave it up in case anyone else wants to get in. Okay.
No, the new code,
Thanks,
yeah.
Melanie. I won't do that again. I will put my phone down. Leave it be.
Melanie says the shadows layer, it's ridiculous. I realize there's HIPAA laws, but when it comes to spouses, I feel that unless one doesn't want to info share, all info should be released to them. There's a new code. Melanie says this will be my last sprint. Okay. And Melanie loves the pumpkin.
Everyone
Alrighty.
should love the pumpkin.
What
The best.
are we on? Can't see it that way. 4th. Fifth. Maybe a wrong count, but oh well. We were up to 10 a minute ago, now it's down to 8. Weird. Okay. Let's get the timer set for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Melanie was. Okay. It's true. I got a post. I was in the middle of doing on my blog and I never posted it. Another one of those. The second for day 2. Because it includes the other prompt. So it's available right now. It's almost midnight, so I'm going to go ahead and publish it. I think I'm done with it. Oh, I didn't finish it. Oh, got 2 of them in there. How many minutes is that one? I don't know how to get it out of there. Okay. So I just did the second one, Melanie, for the Just Joe Jam prompt. I just did the second one and posted it to my blog. I forgot I had it sitting there and didn't do anything with it. So now it's posted. So it takes care of today and tomorrow. I just got a couple new people following my blog today. That's cool. You know, this was one long night. I know I'm rambling here, but normally the night goes by and hours fly by and it feels like it should be at least 8 or 9 hours. And we've only been streaming not even 4 hours, which is really weird. It just seemed like it should be longer than that. I never did write the rent check. At the right year, even 2021. Busy signing my name. I have to make sure I don't write Tessa. Dean, that wouldn't appreciate that. My niece is not in that name. Yeah, they wouldn't be too happy. Hi, Didi. Hi, Melanie. Everybody's leaving. Happy New Year, guys. Stop back again. Oh, Shadow's Lair still here. Well, that's good. Jenn and I are still here. I don't know. I think Tamama was still here. At least I did, unless I missed the goodbye.
Who left us again?
What's that?
Melanie and Dee Dee?
Yeah, they left.
Oh, bummer. I didn't say goodbye.
I just proved my blood work that I had done the other day. Not that it means anything to me, but I'm going to send it to my other doctor. I got a bunch of blood work she wants done too. I didn't get it done because I had to be fasting for it.
I hate that. It's the hardest thing to do when you're supposed to be doing it.
Mm-hmm. All righty. So how did we do?
700.
It's good.
Yeah, not bad. I'm in a different place than I normally write, so I'm trying to figure out the most comfortable way. So I have one of those little lap things that I have a separate keyboard because my laptop one stopped working or whatever. So I just kind of lean back and set the new keyboard on the lap thing, and that works pretty good.
Yeah, it's hard to get used to a new writing setup.
Yeah, it's almost too quiet in here for me. I'm used to the TV or something, so it's weird.
So let's see how we do. We've got the Shadows Lair still here. I don't know if Tamama is or isn't still here.
Come in.
Can't remember. So it took me forever to figure out how to make that document a PDF because I need to attach it to a file and send it to her. So I still have to do that. I wrote out the check, and I have to take that downstairs and drop that in the box. And don't know if I did anything. Oh, I went to some of my email. And I did that blog post. That's right. I did the blog post.
That's good. That's productive.
Yeah. It was halfway done, and I'm like, wait a minute, just hanging here. So I got it done. The Shadows Layer says I got 46 words. Forward progress. Forward progress. I am procrastinating. Because putting together those beta reader files are kind of like hanging over me, and I'm like procrastinating because I just don't feel like doing it right this second.
Yeah, just get them into a document and send them out to your beta readers.
Yeah, well, I said I have to create a document for each one. I have to get everybody together that I have to send them to, get their email addresses, because in order to do it, you have to have an email address. And the person from my blog sent me it, and I just happened to notice it. I'm like, wait a minute, ooh, I have to remember to go back in, which is what I was doing, and I got sidetracked because I saw my blood results had come in, so I stopped and looked at that instead. So I didn't get the email address to send it to that person. I have to put the document together anyhow, because I have to take and copy it out of Word and put it into a Google document. And I have to put all the questions in there and then get it set up and ready to go. I'm procrastinating. I'm not sure Tom is still here.
Hey, boy. My cat's at the door right now.
Oh, the cat.
He tries to open the doorknob.
Some cats can do that.
We had one that would just like open the garage door and come out, and you'd look down and she's next to you, and it's like, oh, hi, how'd you get out here? Actually figured it out, so. Oh my gosh, I'm tired.
Yeah. You know the feeling. It's like a weird night.
Kind of, yeah.
I don't know why. I guess because it's so different, because I'm so used to you being in the chat, and it's different. You're not in the chat.
I keep wanting to type instead of talk. I'm like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah, you don't have to type. You can talk.
I know, it's weird. Next time I'm in the chat, I'll sit there and talk. And then be like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, right.
How many people are in here right now?
It says 6. I'm not sure. Because Shadow's Lair is the only one who's answered. So I don't know who all these people are. Unless they're just people that signed in, and like Amber was here, and then I looked and she was over streaming on Charlie's channel. I'm like,
oh, did he start up again?
He was running. Oh, I don't know if he still is now, but he was running, and she was on his. I'm like, interesting, because she was just talking here, and then I went over there, and there she was. And I'm like, okay, let's see. Oh no, it looks like he stopped finally. Stream live 7 hours ago.
He went for a while though.
They went 6 hours and 14 minutes.
Hi, Mary. How are you? She's my friend from years ago.
Oh, you got somebody.
That's so cool.
How nice. Well, welcome, Georgia.
Yeah,
I'm
she used to
Tessa.
live here and she moved, and you know how that goes.
Yeah, lose track.
My best friend wanted to come in, but she said I don't have a sign in for YouTube. I'm like, we'll make one. I
Yeah.
want to.
Well, actually, if you have Google, it's your Google sign in.
I know, but she don't want to. So, are you still on vacation, Mary? Yeah, I had to brag. I was excited. I had to think what day it was. That's so sad. What did you guys do for New Year's Eve? I'll bet it did. She just went through a cancer nightmare.
Oh no,
Yeah, it took a lot out of her.
I can imagine. I had a friend go
Mhm.
through that, and she's still suffering. It was over 10 years ago, and she's just not herself. Weak and
Mhm.
never came back all the way.
A lot of people don't, I think.
The
My mom
the
had
drug.
lung cancer like 3 years ago, 4 years ago, and she never fully came back either.
And the drugs, she said, were so terrible. They took so
Mhm.
much out of her. And even after stopping the drugs, she says, I'm not my usual self. I'm just worn out. The cancer's not there. The cancer's still gone, but
That just, yeah.
it just took too much out of her. And she's older. She's a lot older than me. She's like 15 years older than me. So,
Mhm. My mom was in her 80s, so that's why it took so much out of her.
yeah, well, she's in her 80s too.
Uh,
She wasn't, I think she was probably in her 70s when she had the cancer. The going through the treatment for it and everything. And then all the drugs that they make you take afterwards to try to keep it from coming back. So the drugs just took it all out of her.
you're way too young for that, Mary. That's so sad that that happened to you. You're done with your treatment, right? You're just recovering now? I have the worst memory when it comes to remembering anything, so. Oh my God.
Oh, 10 years. She was on it for 5 years. She thought that was bad. I couldn't imagine.
Oh my
She
gosh.
The drugs are terrible.
They're very strong.
Yeah, just to keep it from coming back. And there was no guarantee that it was going to keep it from coming back either.
No,
They said you could take that drug for 5 years, but that doesn't mean it's going to work. So far for her, it did work, but she's not herself.
I have a coworker that had lung cancer, and she ended up with, I think it's called lymphedema, where her arm swells real bad, like that big,
Oh,
and it has something to do with the lung cancer and maybe getting injections or something like that. I can't remember now. So she has a horrible time of it.
hmm.
That's awful. I'm glad you're getting better though. Just take it easy on yourself. It looks like something moves behind me every time I take a drink.
You think something moves?
It just feels like I see something out of the corner of my eye. Why wouldn't I? It's me, so.
Yeah, I'm not sure who other people are that are supposedly in here.
Lurkers.
Mm.
Yeah, it's nasty, Mary. My friend has such a hard time at work. She's always in pain. I guess you should
18.
technically not ever move when you have that, but who wants to do that?
Mm.
And she's a hard worker, so she pushes herself every single day.
Mm.
Okay, I guess. Good for you. I showed Kira your jewelry on whenever you posted last, and she said it's real pretty. That's my daughter. My daughter's kind of making jewelry a little bit right now. Just simple beaded things and stuff like that.
I tried it, and then I thought, I really don't like this. What the heck? I spent a lot of money on buying that stuff.
It's very addicting. That's the problem.
The buying the stuff was, but I had no. After I bought it, it's like I have no desire to do this, and it was hard. I didn't find it easy, so it wasn't enjoyable. I'm like, what did you just do? It was during one of my manic phases where I was totally out of it. And I was just buying the stuff like crazy. I'm like, I don't even have money for this stuff.
I did it until Kira was starting to get around, whenever she was moving around a lot. So I stopped because I knew she'd make a mess of things. And I never quite got back to it. But like I said, she is, so.
Well, that's good. At least somebody's doing it.
Yeah, she has time. She's always doing something.
I created it up, and I put all the stuff up, and I sold one pair of earrings.
Yeah, I sold a few things, but it wasn't like I was spending more than I was making and all that stuff. So
exactly.
When it
costs you more to do it, it doesn't make any sense.
Did you ever get any freelance work, Mary? Yes, I was. So we've been married for like 16 years now. I was like 5 months pregnant at our wedding or something like that. Maybe more. I knew it was a girl, so probably more. I felt like a whale, so that's all I know.
I was super tiny with this huge, big belly.
Oh, God, I'm jealous. I wasn't like huge or anything, but.
Well, I only weighed 90 pounds when I got pregnant. So that huge baby, looked really big because I was so tiny.
No, that's too bad, Mary. I'm sorry. Have some of my work. I have a lot of it.
Now we have 7 people in here.
Who's in here? Say hi to me. I want to get to know you guys. Yeah, that's a good idea. It's really pretty. It should sell well. It's like that for a lot of people right now. It's awful.
Shauna's wife says I've had that issue shy people when I have done live streams. I don't do writing sprints though on my streams.
What do you do on your stream, Shadow? I know I know this and I forgot.
Gaming maybe? Is
Ah,
it game?
oh, that's awesome. That's good for business, Mary. I wish I still made it sometimes, but I don't have time. Oh, a writing sprint is when we'll talk for a little while in here and then we'll do a 30-minute writing sprint where we all go work on whatever we're working on. And we do 30 minutes and then we come back and we find, we kind of ask how everybody did, like what's the word count and all that. So some of us are writing books, some of us are writing blogs. It all depends. Oh, that's awesome, Shadow.
It's funny, there are a lot of those channels out there, and it's amazing how well those channels do. People watching other people's family activities and stuff. I was amazed at how
I think
many of
that's
those
so
channels
cool.
out there, how well they're doing.
A lot of kids, they can hop on YouTube and do anything. It's so neat. They can learn bad and good and bad stuff, but there's a lot to do on YouTube, way more than I ever thought. It still takes me by surprise.
I know a lot of people do the family, vlog channels, and you just watch them doing things, and people actually follow these blogs and follow what the people are doing every day. It's like, wow, amazing. Because one guy was talking about how much he's actually making money on, you know, a family vlog, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
you would think that that would be something that people would watch and actually, make so much money on.
People make a lot of money on YouTube. It's really crazy.
Yeah, see, I'm not going to even monetize mine because, like I said, it's the same
Yeah.
issue with I can't take a chance on making money, so I'm just doing this. I don't want, to monetize it.
I haven't read that blog, Mary, and it's just because I get so busy, I forget things. But I do want to read it. I've been working the county job and I've been writing pretty much full time as well. So I'm crazy busy. Then I have to do the mom thing and all that stuff on the, apart from that. So you have kids, Shadow? I'm guessing.
That's what it's, That's what they say.
That's so cool.
They do activities with the kids. And those blogs take off. They're really surprising how they do.
Yes, the cancer one, Mary. I'm terrible at reading blogs.
I used to read them. Now I don't time. There's just too many things in a day to do. I don't have time to do everything. Even not working, I still don't have enough time to do everything I want to do.
How old are your kids, Shadow? 2009. If I could do math, I would.
900 subs. Wow.
2009. Okay.
$900 subs. Yeah, those
That's really good.
I was surprised at how much those family blogs do. They're amazing. People get hooked on them and they watch them, all the time.
I think they're really cute.
There's one guy he was doing and showing his little boy, he was really little. And all the cute things he did. They're teenagers now, 11 and 14 now. Big difference, right? They probably don't even like you filming them for this and being shown on, oh my God, I'm on YouTube with my family. Oh.
There's a few of my daughter doing various activities that are on my husband's YouTube. They're pretty funny. There's one of her driving and getting her nose pierced last week. She did that's on YouTube now. She handled it great. I can imagine it's really hard to read, Mary. I can't imagine what you went through. Yes, I have a 16-year-old. Girls or boys?
We're up to 8 people. I don't know what's going on. We're up to 8 people.
We should probably sprint at some point if they're writers, huh?
Yeah, really. Yeah. Because they're expecting they'll sprint if they're writers.
I'll message you, Mary, and I'll keep in better touch with you, okay? I'm sorry. I'm a terrible friend.
Well, we should let the kids know you're filming and don't surprise them with it. At their age, they'd be quite embarrassed if their friends were to see it.
I'll set up a tree. Let's see. Oh, I can buy another tree. I'm going to buy a tree real fast.
What's that?
I'm going to buy a tree.
Oh, I'm over 2,000 now. Wow. I should be able to get several trees with that.
Yeah, probably. They need to stock more trees because I kind of have them all.
I don't have them all yet.
I'll get you.
Georgia Sweetie says you're not a terrible friend.
I miss her living here. We'd go out to, you know those lunches you have with your friends when you go to lunch for like 3 hours, and you just sit there and chit chat. She was my friend for that.
Yeah,
it was so nice.
Like mine, she was my best friend. We did that. And and she had breast cancer, but she was a lot older. Shadow says, my youngest cisgender is pointless. My eldest is a boy.
There you go.
Pointlessly gendered. That's what Charlie says. Pointlessly gendered. Oh,
very
gosh.
true.
It's funny to hear that coming from a young one.
It's a different time. I love it. Okay. So I bought some trees. I'm going to do, where are you? Okay, I'm going to do you.
I guess I have to do it myself this time because the person who does it last time isn't here.
Okay, so everybody that's watching, we're going to do another writing sprint. And if you do forest, I set up a tree. I guess I will read the code out loud.
You could do that.
It is 4 Z A 2 V R 7.
It did not write. So either I typed it wrong or I heard you wrong. I got 4 Z A 2 B R 7.
It's 4 Z A 2 V. Here.
4.
I'll do this so people can see it. Oh, where is it?
You're not in screen yet. I can't see
I
it.
know, I'm trying to, it's like backwards. What am I doing wrong here?
You have to go the opposite direction from what you're used to. So that's a bit. Okay. All right. 4 Z A 2 V. Oh, VR 7.
Yes.
I can't hear, so I put VR 7. All right. Let's see if that one works. There we go. Well, that's different. Okay. 4 Z A 2 VR.
Thank you, Shadow.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Shadow got it.
Bye, Mary. Thanks for stopping by. Love you too.
Shadow did the same.
I have time.
7.
That's cute. Okay.
Alrighty then.
Let's go and let's get some people writing.
So let's get put the timer back on. Set it up for 30 minutes. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I'm going to make a quick trip downstairs and put my rent in the box. That's one less thing I have to worry about. Should be able to do that in 30 minutes. I wasn't paying attention to the time again. Caught me off guard. So, how did everybody do? I see the number drop back down. Oh,
what?
just well, dropped down to 3 and then it just popped up to 4. Crazy. Never know for sure.
694 that time.
694?
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad.
Mm-mm.
I got part of the document into Google Docs, the first part, and then I have to get the story and put it in the Google Docs. I wrote a little intro for, I did run downstairs and drop my rent in the rent box. So that's paid. I don't have to worry about that now. But, so I'm putting together the first one. Let's figure out who I'll be sending it to. I don't know the best way to do it. It's like I had to make one up and then just make a copy once I have the first one, and then just make a bunch of, and then save each one with the person's name on it.
That's what I would do.
Once I got the first one set up, and then I could, just make a copy of that. And then, because it's weird, because you could get more on each page in Word. So there's going to be a lot more pages in Google Docs the way it's set up. I mean, it lets you put comments and stuff on the right-hand side. So you can highlight something and put a comment, which is what Lamoni did for me. She has, she highlighted the thing and said, I think this, should be or shouldn't be, or, this needs. And like she highlighted it and put the comment in there. So between answering the question and putting the comments in there, that should definitely help. Oh, there's the mama. Research pulled our muscles and stared at my page for a while.
Ouch.
We hadn't heard from you. We were wondering where you were. Shadow's Lair, 246 words. Good job. Everybody got something done. That one jumped up to 5 again. I don't know what it's doing. I bet it's, let's see what it says on the page, on the actual page. How many people are in here? It says 5 are watching. Very strange. Very strange indeed. So there really are 5 people. Or 5 people are signed in, let's put it that way. So I've got 5 people watching, whether they're watching or not watching. There's 5 people watching. 6. We were one day on Jules, the Darling Writer, and right at the end there, all of a sudden the thing started rising by the hundreds. She was getting hundreds and hundreds. It says, this many people are watching, and it's like, we never did figure out what happened. And she's like, wow, really that many people watching? And then, eventually it did start going back down, but it kept rising and rising and rising. She had hundreds and hundreds of people.
Wow.
That's what it said. That's what it said. You can't always go by what this thing says, because it may not necessarily be right. I mean, obviously, what's out. There's Amber. Okay. Hi, Amber. Got your room clean and half your desk. Oh, gosh. I'd be happy to get a quarter of my desk clean. It is so much paper and junk piled high on it. And then the table behind me is piled high with I'm a slob. No getting around that, unfortunately. So there's Amber. Okay, she was chilling with you. Well, I went looking earlier and I noticed you were on Charlie's stream. I'm like, oh, that's weird. I just saw her say something on mine and you were on Charlie's stream. Hi, Be It. Nice to see you. Happy New Year. Yeah, I'm still live. We are still live. Jen is here with me. Let me take that off. There we go.
Hello, BA. How are you?
A lot of people stream hop. You know, that wasn't something that they used to do. I mean, that's only been in recent times that they started doing that. It used to be people would go to a stream and stay there. Now, you never know where they're at. They're busy hopping all over the place. So, let's see. Shadows there says I'm going to head to bed. Just hit midnight. Oh,
Good night,
you're not.
Shadow.
It's 1 o'clock where I'm at. Okay. Well, Happy New Year. Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you soon. Have a good night. Amber says not to Devin's level, but I am always here to support Devin. He's impossible to peg that. He pops in and out of them all day long. He just goes back and forth all over the place. Devin's funny.
Definitely.
So yeah, we're still dreaming. I don't know what that noise is. Sounded like something trying to come through. I tried to brush my teeth to see if there's anything caught in the teeth because now the pain is really bugging me. A little bit better, anyhow. Not as bad. So I'm partially through putting one Google document together. So I guess once I get one set up the way I want it, then I'll just start making copies and then saving each one for each person that I have on my list so far to do. Then I have to go in and each one individually and what's the word? My mind is share. Need to go in and share each document with individual person. So nobody will be having the same document as somebody else. You'll all have your own documents so that you can answer all the stuff on there, and then I can go in and that's going to be like the hardest part is getting these back and then having to go through, figure out what everybody says and whether or not it's something I want to change or I don't want to change. You know, how many people think that the same thing? I mean, everybody's got their own ideas, and what bothers one person may not bother another person. And, you know, it's like, well, you know, if two people say this should be changed and one person says it shouldn't, I still get final say. It's my story, obviously, but just have to get used to used to the whole thing. This is the first time I've ever done it. I've never even been a beta reader for somebody either. I take that back. I did do for Laura. I read a bunch of short stories that she wrote. So I did do that. So that's about the only practice I've had in it. No, and there was one other person. There's one other person, yeah. And that was a fantasy. And I'm not a fantasy reader. And I thought, should I do this or not? And the story wasn't that bad. Considering I don't like fantasy, it really wasn't that bad. And so, you know, the questions that she asked, I was able to pretty much answer, at least what I felt, you know. So I guess I can't say I've never done it. I have done it in smaller pieces, nothing like this. This is a, you know, a pretty 52,000 words. Is a pretty long story. I mean, I can read it in practically no time at all because I read fast. But someone who's not a speed reader isn't going to read it that fast, and someone who's busy working and doing other things is not going to read it that fast. This is just a weird night. I don't know.
Kind of, yeah.
It's been weird. Is it the new year? I'm not sure. Which reminds me, I made that video. I never did check to see if it came through. I tried to upload it, and right in the middle of it, the alarm went off, and I don't know if that screwed up the upload or not. But sometimes something interrupting on the phone will stop the upload. So I have to go see if it actually uploaded or not. I don't know. It's just been weird. I mean, we do this all the time. And I don't think it's the fact that, you know, I have co-hosts.
Maybe that might be a little bit of it.
I mean, maybe part of it, because I'm used to you being in the
chatting away, typing.
Yeah, typing, and I don't know. Maybe that is part of it. It's just been a weird day.
You were also up very late or early, however you want to think it.
I didn't go to bed after 6 a.m. this morning, and I was up before noon. So, yes, I did not have much sleep, which certainly didn't help. Definitely did.
You're not allowed to go until 6 o'clock in the morning today.
I don't think I'll make it to 6 o'clock in the morning.
No.
This night is like dragging slow. I mean, I'm used to the night moving. It just seems to be going so slow. That's the other thing. It's slow. The night is slow, which is different.
Yeah. I don't know. Sometimes you're just not writing as much as you want to or whatever. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm writing as much, but I don't know. I'm still tired too. I didn't sleep great last night, so.
Well, you were up late with me. I mean, I know it wasn't quite the same thing. 3 a.m. is not quite 6 a.m., but you were still up very, very late.
Yes, yeah, definitely. It was late.
And I'm not sure.
Tired.
I'm not sure what time you got up this morning. I mean, you know, my kid decides to send me a Happy New Year message and wake me up. They do that all the time. I gave up on telling them I'm sleeping because it doesn't matter to them. they're up and their day started, so they figure everybody else's day is up and started. Tamama says she's more of a lurker that hears certain words that capture my attention every once in a while. And Amber said that was her yesterday. I don't know. I think a lot of it has to do with the weird, with the world being so weird the way it is right now. Nothing's resolving itself. Nothing's getting better. Things are still getting worse. I mean, it was nice getting the deposit in my account that I wasn't planning on because I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even know they were talking about a stimulus. So I'm like, I get this notice from my bank. I'm like, what are you talking about? Stimulus? I didn't even know there was a stimulus. So I was really shocked.
Well, that'd be nice.
It was a nice shock. I mean, it was nice to be told that I have a $600 deposit. That probably woke me up this morning too, because I had just probably dozed off. Because it's usually 7:30 when the deposit notifications come from my bank. It's usually 7:30 in the morning. So I probably heard it, and it woke me up, but I didn't know what it was because I was so tired that I just ignored it and went back to sleep. I didn't notice it. It wasn't until later on, like I said, I saw the notice from the bank. I'm like, what are you talking about? But it's there. I went and looked. It's definitely there. Amber says my mom got it today too, but most people shouldn't start seeing it until after the 4th. Well, that's what the bank said. The bank said in the notice I got yesterday that we would not start seeing it till January 4th. But some people would see it in their pending. When I went in there, it's not just pending, it's there. It's actually there.
I've heard so many different things. I'll just when it's in there, it's in there.
So I don't know. Because I don't know if they have, what the order is that they're sending it out. Because before it was direct deposit and the people that got the least amount first, worked its way up that way. Because I was one of the first ones to get it before, too. So I don't make that much, obviously. So I fall into that category. Obviously, I get one of the first ones that come out. But it was just so not weird because I don't pay attention to the news anymore. I get tired of looking at the news. And so I didn't even know it was coming. It was just like weird. No, I don't file taxes. Has nothing to do with that. I'm on Social Security disability. I don't even have to file for like some people have to actually file for the stimulus. I don't have to do that either because I automatically get it because I'm on the Social Security list. So when they send it out, I get it automatically. The only difference is how they do it by the people that get the least amount first and then work their way up to the people that get more. So I don't get very much, so I get one of the first checks that comes out. I just didn't know it was coming. I mean, it's a nice surprise and everything.
Definitely.
Yeah, I mean, that was like, what do you mean? I wasn't paying any attention. Oops. End up getting myself knocked out of here if I'm not careful. So yeah, being on Social Security, obviously they go out first. Lower the income is, faster it comes. Hopefully my son will get one this time. He didn't get the first one. I don't know if he'll get this one or not. I mean, depending on which taxes they're using, I think by now, hopefully he's filed his taxes. He doesn't file on time. He files an extension every year because he doesn't want to pay that money because he doesn't have it. So then he always files an extension, and then he goes rushing around when the time comes. I said, you're supposed to be paying that. Even if you ask for an extension, you're still supposed to pay for the taxes. The extension is just so you don't have to do the actual filing. It doesn't mean that you get out of paying the money. But he's been doing that for years. Figure, well, not my problem. It's his problem. He's a big boy now. So think about it and do what he has to do. But he did not get the first one. So I said, that means you're going to have to file it in your next year's taxes if you didn't get it this year. He said, well, it says I'm getting a check. But I said, yeah, and where are they mailing it to? I said, you use your dad. He was using my dad's address. My dad doesn't own the house anymore. I said, it's just going to be returned. I said, you got to go to the IRS and track it down. I don't feel like doing that. And then he gets mad at me because I suggested he might have to do something for it. I said, I'm trying to help you. I got you the phone number to call and start tracking it. And you're giving me grief? I don't even know why I bothered. So a couple hours later, he calls me back and apologizes because he upset me. He really upset me. I said, I'm trying to help you, and this is how you treat me. So I started crying.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. I started crying. So we hung up, and a couple hours later, I got an apology. He said, should never, because I apologized. He said, I'm sorry. I tried to help you. He goes, you should never apologize. Certainly not for trying to help somebody. And I'm sorry. Well, you should be. Because I'm trying to help you. And just because you have to make a phone call that you don't want to make, I'm sorry. But that's what you're going to have to do. You got to track that check down to wherever it got to. If they have to reissue it, and you got to give them the information. And if you had been filing your taxes and done, direct deposit, but I think he owes taxes, so I don't think he ever does direct deposit. He didn't have any place to send it. So they mailed him a check, but they didn't have an address because he doesn't have an address. He's kind of a displaced person at this point. He's a New Jersey resident living in North Carolina, but not really a resident there or here, technically. It's kind of a strange place to be. And I'm like, I don't know how you figure this one out. So, okay. What do we want to do?
We should sprint again.
Okie dokie. I've got to find all these email addresses so I know where to send these files once I get them made.
Okay, there's a tree code. I don't like doing it. I've got to figure out another way to do this.
AQ72. 3Q72 CZT. I got it.
Yay.
Pretty. Yeah, got it. And that's pretty.
Look at all those trees you need to buy, Tessa.
Yeah.
There's so many.
I got over 2,000 points now, so I can buy some. Amber says it's like I'm still a Nebraska resident because I only planned on a year here in Washington. Then COVID stuck us here, but there's no point in changing to Texas. Yeah, he moved and he decided he was just going to be a New Jersey resident, just working in North Carolina at the time. But he used my dad's address, and my dad went to a nursing home, and we had to sell the house. I'm like, you can't use his address. You're going to have to figure out something else to do. In the meantime, he didn't file taxes, so they didn't have his direct deposit information. The check got mailed and then probably got sent back, and he didn't want to take the time to search for it because it was going to take hours on the phone. And heaven forbid he should have to be on the phone, let alone be on the phone for hours. I'm like, do what you want. I don't care. I told you what you have to do to get it. You do whatever the hell you want. I'm done. I'm not doing it anymore. I don't even have it thrown in my face. Not doing it. Okay. So, we are ready for another 30-minute sprint. We're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. I think we're probably on the 7th one by now. I don't think I've been changing. Okay. Back to doing what I was doing. I can't believe this. Google is giving me grief. Google Docs. I got this whole thing, spent all this time copying all this stuff over, and I can't even get into the document to do anything now. Really aggravated. What the heck is wrong with this thing? I have been fighting Google Docs the whole time, and I'm not getting anywhere.
What are you trying to do?
Trying to copy the file into Google Docs and get it in there, and I'm trying to put page numbers. I'm trying to save it. It won't let me do anything. It just
I
keeps
never
giving
use
me.
Google Docs.
I hate Google Docs. I hate it with a passion. And I have to do it with Google Docs. It's the only way to really do this. Obviously, it's not going to happen today because it's just refusing to do anything. Because I did one, and I saved it, and I can't get into it. Everything's grayed out. Won't let me do anything. It keeps giving me an error message. We're reporting this to Google Docs. We're reporting this to Google Docs. And it keeps saying it over and over again. I can't get rid of the error. So then I started another one. And I'm having this issues with it too. I don't know. I do not know. How'd you do?
I got 500 words.
That's good.
I think I'm
Yeah,
getting tired.
I know it's not what you want. It's getting less than what you were getting. But this is never the I mean, the entire, not even speaking right, being on, the screen is a little bit harder than being just in the chat and able to do what, and write. I mean, there's things on here that you have to do.
True.
And you have to be more careful. You have to pay attention to what's going on in the chat. Try to see if anything's going on that you have to take care of, that kind of stuff. And so you don't get the same amount of free time to just write. You're doing other things at the same time. So that's one of the bad things about being, either the host or the co-host. It's not as bad for the co-host as it is for the actual host, but it still can, it still can be a problem. And now, like I said, this whole thing is just totally whacked out. I don't know what's wrong with it. And I'm stuck at this point. I can't do anything. So, I don't know. I don't know if tomorrow would be a better day than what today is, or if it's just going to keep doing the same nonsense. Maybe I need to reboot. I mean, maybe that's part of the problem. Obviously, can't reboot in the middle of the stream.
Definitely not.
Is that?
Definitely not.
Yeah, no, you can't. So.
Good job, Tamama.
We got 581 on this background brainstorming since the last time I counted. I think at least 300 was from this sprint. Oh boy, we're all doing great, aren't we? Marissa's got all the special days in the year written in, and that's finished. We'll be back to bookwork from now on. Well, she got something accomplished at least.
We were up so late last night doing this too, that sometimes the next day I don't have the same get up and go.
That's always something, when days we feel differently. I mean, I'm going to feel hopefully a lot better once I get the BiPAP machine and actually start getting sleep. I mean, being constantly woken up because you stop breathing, it affects your mind, it affects everything. And so I'm hoping that the days will be better once I start getting sleep, hopefully, because now it's like a waste of time. I go to bed and I think I'm sleeping, but I'm waking up so many times that I'm not getting, good sleep.
You're not getting REM sleep or whatever it is,
Yeah,
the deep sleep.
the deep sleep. And it affects your mind as well, because your brain is not getting the oxygen it's supposed to be getting. And so when you wake up in the morning, you're tired, and like I sit down and I fall asleep. And I got to be careful, because I missed an appointment the other day almost because I fell asleep, because I sat down for a second to wait for the time. I was, looking at the clock, and the phone rang, and I'm like, I answered it, and she's like, "Your ride is here." I'm like, "You're early," because I had just looked at the clock in my mind, and she said, "No, it's 9 o'clock." And I'm like, I looked at the clock, and I'm like, "Oh my God, a whole half an hour just disappeared because I just fell asleep." So it's like I got to set alarm clocks constantly to keep waking me up because I keep falling asleep. And right now I'm just frustrated because I'm dealing with Google Docs, which I hate in the first place, and it's not cooperating. Doesn't want to save. Save the document, it won't let me open it. And then it won't let me make another document. Then it won't let me save the document. Then it won't let me put anything in it. And it's just like, what is going on with Google Docs? And it's giving me error message. I mean, it keeps telling me we're reporting this to Google Docs, and we will let them know. And it just says that about 3 or 4 times, and then I go to try something again, and it does it again, and it just keeps popping up on the screen, and everything's grayed out, so it won't let me save. It won't let me do anything. So I try to start a new document, and I am right back to where I started. It's just not working.
That's weird.
It is weird, and I hate it to begin with, so it doesn't help that it's a program I hate.
I don't love Google Docs, but it's never done that to me.
It knows I hate it. It's getting me back. Making me pay for that. That's what I'll tell you. It's making me pay for it. Amber says that's why I learned to work on no sleep. I couldn't do the machine, and in NE the doctor wouldn't cut out my uvula, so I was shit out.
Yikes.
I couldn't do the machine either. This is like the 4th or 5th time. But the cardiologist told me that if I don't get my ass in gear and get this sleep apnea under control, I'm going to kill myself. Because I now have congestive heart failure, and the rest of my body will slowly start shutting down.
Oh my God.
Great thing to tell me. And so I'm trying to get this machine, but they don't work. I spend more time awake on the machine because it keeps waking me all the way up. Not just waking me up and you go back to sleep kind of wake up. I mean, waking me all the way up so that I'm fully awake. So that's why I quit using it. And now here we go again. We're going to try this whole thing all over again. Apparently, I fight it off when I sleep.
They don't look comfortable.
It's not having something on your face, and I have a small face that doesn't fit. I told them I need a children's mask, so they they get me the children's mask, and she goes, oh, wait, she goes, if you're a mouth breather, you can't use this. So she gets another mask, and it's an adult mask, and puts it on. And I said, well, that wasn't too bad. It was made instead of, because when they're made to go over like this, and they're too big, they cut into my eyes. It's very painful. This one actually covered my mouth and just covered this part of the very bottom of my nose. I said, well, it's not as bad. I don't know if that's the mask they're going to give me. I have no clue what they're going to do when I get there. And I don't even know how I'm going to sleep with it. Or if it's going to do any good. But all I know is I'm so darn tired. I mean, I could sleep for 24 hours straight. Just sleep and sleep and sleep and sleep and not. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't help. Mama said I used to have a CPAP and had to give it back because I couldn't handle it. Well, I couldn't handle the CPAP, so I got the BiPAP. It's more expensive. The insurance company doesn't like paying for it. But it's easier to use because it breathes with you. You're not fighting it. It breathes in and out as you breathe. So it's a much better machine. However, even it wasn't working right. And I just said, I'm tired of this. I'm tired of waking up every 15, 20 minutes because the machine is waking me up now. It's been enough that the sleep apnea wakes me up, but now the machine is waking me up. But this is not working the way it's supposed to be working. So here we go. This is about the 5th time we're going to try this. Mama writes, apparently I should have had my tonsils removed as a child, but we never did. I still have my tonsils, and they say it has absolutely nothing to do with it. But doctors tell you whatever they want to tell you. Half the time, I don't think they know what they're talking about anyhow. Now I'm fighting with Google Docs. Pain in the ass. I mean, it's really, I don't know of any other way to do it except with Google Docs. And if that
Why can't you do Word?
Doesn't have the sharing capabilities that Google Docs.
That's true. That's true.
But even that doesn't want to work today for me, apparently. I've made like 3 different ones, and each one is giving me the same issue. Won't save, won't let me change anything. Now, I saved the thing. I put the name on it. I saved it. And that document is there, but it's not a usable document. If you click on it, it comes up with everything grayed out and can't do anything. I don't understand.
Maybe you should step away from it tonight and tackle it tomorrow. Maybe reboot, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, because obviously it's not going to let me do it tonight. I've tried it too many times. It's just not doing it.
It's late where you are anyway.
Yeah, it's almost 2:30. And I didn't sleep well last night, obviously.
Well, we've slowed down tonight. We've gotten some work done. Do you want to call it a night and get some sleep and tackle that tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess I might as well.
6 hours and some.
Yeah, we've been long for almost 6.5 hours. And that's weird. It's the hardest thing to do because, like, yesterday seemed it was a lot longer and it seemed a lot shorter. This has been like dragging, like really slowly.
Well, we both came into it tired, so
Yeah.
I'm sure that's part of it.
So right now, I think it's just Tamama and Amber that are left anyhow, and so I think we're going to quit, guys, because I'm tired and I'm annoyed right now with Google Docs, and it's not going to get any better. Can't reboot in the middle of a live stream.
Nope, you absolutely can't, can you?
So
This was fun, though. I got a feel for it.
that's good.
I think it'd be fun to do again, either co-host or not, just doing my own or something, but I think it'd be fun.
Well, you are welcome to co-host with me anytime you want.
Yeah, that'd be cool. This is neat.
Yeah, it was great. It's fun having somebody else on to talk to.
Yeah.
So Mama says it was nice seeing you.
I may end up doing these. I don't know.
What's that?
I may end up doing these. I don't know. It's hard to say. I don't know if I could schedule them because I don't have that kind of time, but I don't know. We'll see.
Well, that's the thing. Like I said, hosting one yourself is a whole lot different than being in a stream. You've got other responsibilities. You don't just have a 30-minute sprint to do whatever you want. You have to pay attention to what's going on. You have to start it. You have to, do things in between. And it just, you don't get the full thing, whereas being a co-host and or just in the chat, it's a little bit different. Because being a co-host, you don't have to really do anything. You can just, do your normal writing and it doesn't, bother you. Amber says do pop-ups when you can.
Exactly. That's how it works.
No one said you had to do it on a schedule. You can do one. You can do one and go, or a marathon. There was somebody that was doing them all day long, and like they just kept doing them. I'm like, I don't know who it was. It was somebody I didn't know. They just kept doing them and doing them like they were scheduled constantly throughout the entire day. So Mama wants to know if you have a channel link.
I don't know. Do I? I would think I do, but I don't know what it is.
I think if you go to your name, look yourself up, and then go to your page, that is going to give you the link at the top is going to be your channel link.
Okay, I'll look on my phone.
Or you can look it up by name too. I mean, if you're listed under Jen Mooney, you would look up Jen Mooney and it would bring it up as well. DK does them for 10 hours sometimes. DK. Not sure who that is. My longest has been 10.5 hours. What's that?
I don't know if I do. I mean, I'm on my thing, but I'm not seeing any kind of channel. I do have a couple things posted.
URL. It's your URL.
Goodness.
So if you go in, not wrong thing, clicked on wrong thing. If you go in and put your name in the search box, it comes up with your thing. You click on it. When you come up on that page, you look up there Well, somehow you've got that set up. It says youtube.com/user/just a girl to you.
Jeez, that was.
So obviously that's what you're using. How you got that? Most people have numbers until they get a certain amount of subscribers. You
Yeah,
only
who
have
knows?
subscribers, so I'm not exactly sure how you managed to do that.
That was a long time ago.
Okay, so you probably had an active channel. So that's what it is. That is your URL.
They do have
So
a couple things on there.
yeah,
From videos.
I can see the ocean and
Yeah.
I don't know what that other thing is. Can't tell by looking at it. So you have nothing really. You're not set up. You don't have your channel art. You got it. There's a lot to do to set it up before you're really ready to.
Oh my gosh.
You want to set it up. Like on my channel, I made a bunch of videos for someone. I said put newbie tips for from a newbie, because I put the videos up of everything I did to set my channel up. So like you could look at them and get an idea of what it is you have to do.
Great. More stuff to do.
Because if you clicked on mine, you're going to see a whole different thing come up. If you put mine in, Tessa Dean, when you click on mine, I got 148 subscribers. Wow. When you pull that up, you're going to see the channel art. You're going to see the videos. You're going to see
yours is nicer.
Did you pull mine up?
Yeah.
You're going to need to set all that stuff up.
Oh my God.
I mean, to look, professional, you're going to want that stuff up there.
Definitely.
For people to come, you're going to want them to, they're not going to want them to come to the page the way your page looks right now. You're going to want them to come to something that's designed. And I mean, you don't have to make it as fancy as that. I paid somebody on Fiverr to create that for me.
Okay, that'd be pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, I found somebody on Fiverr, and they did the channel art. They do intros, they do outros, for your videos if you want them. If you want to, fancy thing, they can do thumbnails. Because I haven't created a thumbnail to match this, and just leaving me space to put information, change it and just put information into it. I left a little space to type on. I used that for a little while, and then I stopped, and then I started making my own thumbnails. And the last one on here, of course, is the one that we're on right now, which is the one I made. And I originally made that. It was all black and gold, but I didn't realize that 2021 JPEG, no, it was PNG, was too big, and it wouldn't let me put it up there. It said it was too big a file. So I had to create this one at the last minute because I couldn't do it. It looked more like the one on Instagram, but I couldn't. Unfortunately, it wouldn't let me do it. So I mean, I did these. Then I did some where I used my own picture, because they said you should use your picture, make titles, eye catch, make sure that the title is catching. I haven't put a lot of work into these. These are pretty off the cuff. And then, I mean, I like the way this was designed. And that bookcase was not behind me. He put that bookcase in there. And added my picture to it and put the words and everything. and I had the logo created. The Tessa Dean was created by somebody else, and I gave them the logo and put it on there. And so it didn't cost me that much. I was afraid. I wasn't sure what was going to happen. And I went with one that said you get 3 because 2 of them I hated. I only liked this one. So it was a good thing I went with 3, because if I went with 1, the first one he sent me, I absolutely hated. This was the second one. I said, well, I like this one, but I need to change it because I had it as my real name. And I wanted it changed to a pen name. And he did it. And he didn't charge me extra for it either. And then I had him create me intro and outros, which if I get back to editing again, I have them. And they kind of match all this stuff. But you got to be careful in Fiverr because not everybody is, trustworthy. That's the only bad thing with Fiverr. You don't know. Like, I could probably go on Fiverr and get you the names of the people that I use. I would definitely, the guy who did this, I would definitely recommend him. I did to somebody asked me for a recommendation, and I gave him the name of the person who did this for me, because he's working, he's a foreigner, he's in the other, Pakistan or somewhere like that over there, but he knows what he's doing, and he created me really nice intro and outro. He made the channel art, because I did it myself and just did a very plain thing, So he did this a lot fancier than what I had. And I don't know if I'll go and get another one done or try doing it myself. I'm getting better with Canva. I may try and I do like the way this is made. I could never obviously take and put my picture on a thing of books. That was like perfect. I kept trying. I told him, I said, look, I'm a writer. And with the same with the logo, I wanted it to depict writing. And when the guy sent me that thing and it had the pen, I said, that is perfect. And just changed the name. And luckily that was the right kind of letter, because you can't do that with every letter. It wouldn't work. But it worked fine, with the N on the end. So I was quite happy with that.
How much did you pay for that?
I paid, let's see, to get the logo, I think cost me $30 for 3 different logos. And you get, for that, the guy gave me the right size things for Instagram and Facebook and the different social medias. He gave me those files. He did the logo, and then I had somebody else do the channel art using my logo, because it's my logo now, so it doesn't matter who made it. The channel art and the intro, the outro, and the other thing, like they were all within, $20, $30 tops, for all the different pieces. It didn't cost me that much. And like I said, I lucked out. I did find somebody who was trustworthy and who was good. I think his work was very well. I liked his work.
I have a logo for my author page, so I'm already set up with that. I would just have to figure out size-wise and all that for YouTube. It's pretty.
Yeah, there's, like I said, the first ones I did myself. I just did them myself. They weren't super fancy. And I decided to try Fiverr and see if I could get something a little fancier.
Yeah,
but
I could use Upwork for it.
What's that?
It's the same thing. I could use Upwork. It's the same thing. And I have Canva. I've used that. I used that for a book cover once.
Yeah, I have Canva. I made my book cover. I make my templates. All my templates down at the bottom, they were all made on Canva. I do my Instagram page, and the ones for Instagram I do on Canva. I do all of that on Canva, which I didn't know Canva before I had this done. I had all this done first, and then I learned how to do Canva. I mean, you know, wouldn't know exactly how to do all, because that was done with most likely Photoshop. You know, to be able to cut a person out and put them in out of one picture and put them in the front of another picture. It's a little bit more complicated. It's more like most likely Photoshop or something like that.
Okay,
And my
I did
intro are animated. Like the intro and the outro are animated, and there's like music, and it shows them clicking the button, you know, subscribe, clicking the button, and the notification bell, and all that stuff. Which I used to, I haven't done editing in a while. I don't even have my editing programs on here yet. But I would add that to each video, and it would have the, you know, the intro and the outro. So it wasn't just a plain video, which is kind of neat. The math is killing me. This isn't helping. And I have a hard time sleeping with all this pain. But yeah, you need to set something up like this before you start doing, you know, before you start doing live streams. Because when people go to click on your name to subscribe, they want to see something. They don't want to look at a blank page, pretty much.
Right.
So you're going to have to take the time and set something up, whether you do it yourself or pay somebody else to do it, you know.
Yeah, it seems a little time consuming, but other than that, it'd be okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and once it's done, you know, unless you want to change everything up. And then setting, if you use the free StreamYard, then you can't change anything, so you don't have to create anything. But if you do like I did and pay for it, you have to create your overlay and all that stuff. That's more time setting that up and whatnot, which I did on Canva. I'm thinking about changing to maybe purple for a while, or maybe I'll find another different thing, you know, so that they're not the same. Or go into Pixabay and find pictures and do like Jules always makes, you know, really fancy ones out of. I don't know who she uses, but Pixabay, you can use their pictures free. And they have a ton of pictures in there that you can use. You know, and then you can make your own templates. They can be different, or they, you know, they can be different, they could be the same. I'm kind of, right now, boring. Same old thing, not much difference to them. Need to really start putting some time into creating something a little fancier. Yeah. Because right now it's not very fancy. You know, the same template, looking at the same template all the time is a little boring. So I need to, I started on PicMonkey, and I'll tell you, I found Canva much easier to use than PicMonkey. And you could do a lot more on Canva for free than PicMonkey. PicMonkey got expensive.
It did. I used to use it too.
Because I used PicMonkey at first. That was the first one I used. And then, yeah, Fiverr. Tamama was saying, you know, she should have gone the Fiverr route. I found it to be very, very helpful for me. You know, people did experiments. So I tried a cheap one, an expensive one, and a more expensive one, and this is what I got. And, you know, but if you find the right person, you can get a cheap one, and it could still be a very nice looking product. And
I'm playing around. I just made the lamest thing. It's so bad. It shows a goofy picture.
In Canva is by far the best. PicMonkey is expensive, and it got harder. It wasn't as easy. When I first used it, it was so easy to use. And they updated it. They started charging a lot more money. And with Canva, you can do so much more. And most of it's free.
Canva looks kind of fun to get back into. It's been a while, but then I have oh god, what is it called? Deposit photos, where you can get stock photos if I need them for anything.
You know, like I said, Pixabay is great for that, and you can use it for commercial or personal use, where you got to be careful where you get some of your pictures. Some of them are not for commercial use at all.
Oh yes, definitely.
Pixabay puts on there you can use it for commercial use, and you don't have to put on there who the author, who the photographer is. You don't have to put any of that on there. They state that right in there on their page. So I usually go to Pixabay because I know I can use any of those. I don't have to put who took the picture. I don't have to do any of that stuff. And I commercially, if I was going to sell something, so I find them, and they have a ton of pictures in Pixabay. I tried something called Place It.
I'm sorry.
I tried something called Place It, and it was expensive, and it was not very good. And I contacted them. I said, look, I'm sorry. I says, I paid for a year of this on somebody's recommendation, and I am not happy with it. So I had to switch to switch it to monthly so they could cancel it because I had paid for a year. So they switched to the monthly, and then they took 1 month out and sent me the refund of everything else. And I said, I hear people talking about it. I said, I did not like it. I did not find the pictures professional looking. I wouldn't recommend Places to anybody. Canva, I think Canva's great. I love Canva. PicMonkey used to be great. Now it's an expensive, very difficult program to use.
Well, I'll figure something out. It won't be tomorrow, but I'll figure something out.
I'm going to spell somebody's name wrong. I'm not sure who.
Probably mine, maybe? I don't know.
Could be yours. Possibly, yeah. My channel art was very plain at first. And it looked fine. It looked nice. So and then I had, of course, like I said, Fiverr. I had somebody on Fiverr do that for me, and everything matched. And I had the template set up for the thumbnail, and I just had to put the information in I wanted to use. Then I get tired of looking at the same one all the time.
That would be my problem.
I like to change it up a little bit, something different. It's just a matter of taking the time and doing it, though. But that's basically what it is to stream live.
Well, it was fun. I liked it.
That's good. You did good. And we had no major issues.
Nope.
I didn't get kicked off in the middle. I had that happen on, I forget who it was. And all of a sudden I got kicked off. And I'm like, great, how do I get back on here? I forget who I was with. And it's like, I had to figure out how to get back on, how to go all the way out. Because to get on the StreamYard, you need a code to get on. I had to get the code, and I get in, and I'm like, now I got to find out how do I get on to my stream. And I looked under the old ones, and there I found the stream, and luckily it let me on. So it wasn't as major a disaster as it could have been. But I ended up being kicked off. The guest was still here.
Oh no.
I mean, if I had suddenly disappeared on you, you know, it's like, oh no, what would I do? You know? I don't know. You could probably, I don't know if you could do everything from the co-hosting, you know, seat or not. Charlie gets kicked off his pretty regularly. Hers. Oh God, I still do that. I don't know how to stop that. Honestly, I don't. I try. Okay. Well, I guess I might as well go. It's almost 3 o'clock. Yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock. This obviously doesn't want to work. So there's no sense continuing. And what is that? So my next one scheduled, I haven't scheduled it yet, but my next scheduled one would be Tuesday.
Okay.
Unless I do something on the weekend. But I got to schedule it. Nothing scheduled at the moment.
Yeah.
I would have to. And I'm not going to do it tonight because I'm really tired.
No, get some sleep.
Yeah. So I'm glad you were here. Thank you for being.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you.
And if anybody's still here, good night. I don't know. Says somebody's here, so maybe either to Mama or Amber's here. Whichever. Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
All right. Night, everyone. Bye.